Hey everyone, this is day 6, where I will be going over Chromie, Deathwing, and Deckard Cain. Chromie is one of the bronze dragons from Warcraft. She's not the leader, unlike Alexstrasza, but is just a bronze dragon. The bronze dragons are related to time, as you can see through her moveset. Some fun facts, she used to have even more damage. Dragon's Breath used to be a single hit with like twice the damage, but I think it was a visible AoE indicator. But her burst potential was even higher with Temporal Loop. Her tier, I would put her at high. Very good sustained poke damage. And at 18, Piercing Sands allows her to push well and clear well. Familiarity, medium. So her ultis, one is lingering slow area that costs mana over time. Once deployed, you can actually move pretty far from it. Maybe like 25-ish range. And her other ultimate marks the enemy, and after 3 seconds, teleports them back. In ARAM specifically, it's a good counter to like Mephisto, who uses his shade to initiate. And the upgrades for the first heroic reduces spell armor, I believe, while they stay inside. That with the slow is a really good zone area denier. The enemy really shouldn't stay in it for too long, or else they will be heavily punished. The other upgrade allows Temporal Loop to loop again after another few seconds. And her cooldown also regenerates faster when Temporal Loop is active, which is kind of how they depict improvements to time in HOTS, with cooldown recovery as one. And she also has movement speed bonus as another, and slow. So what's special about Chromie is her echo is pretty unique to her. Whenever she uses her first, she leaves an echo that does a fraction, that will also copy her movements, but does a fraction of the damage. And it can also attack with her. Along with the other dragons, I wanted to make a series of level 20 upgrades. She has Blessing of the Bronze. Gives allies MS and faster cooldown. Which is, fitting, of course. And I probably won't make changes to it. Because Alexstrasza's is also fitting that she gives life, right? Because she is Red Dragon, which is related to life. That's just a buff is being lost on death. And she cannot give it to herself because she is a mother and she takes care of others. Chromie's trait has been buffed at least once. Used to only be one faster level. Now it's she gets to pick talents 2 levels ahead. So you can see her time trap doesn't really have talents, which is something I would add on to. It only has one right now, which is pick your flavor of upgrade. There's a slow armor change and multiple traps, and that's it. A lot of her talents are just like increases in damage. And I will try to make something more interesting. She has her own version of Ice Block, which is 2 seconds of invulnerability, but you can't do anything. Timeout, which I think was 7 when it was initially introduced, but is now 5. And she would probably be the only one that I would keep Ice Block on because it fits thematically. And her 13th tier is all defensive things. As you can see, she also has the swap, which I feel like is underrated. And MS, which you can constantly refresh.
They're attacking the core. Stop them.
So she has 2 quests, one for each of her nukes. And I would add a third one related to I guess time trap? What else would she add?
MVP.
Because Time Walker's pursuit reveals the area and it slightly boosts time trap. But in general is a much weaker pick than the other two.
Initialization in progress. Prepare for combat.
Who's ready for action?
I can hardly wait.
Time remaining. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Localized combat now beginning.
So yeah, bad thing about her multiple traps is that when you detonate them, it detonates all of them. So it takes effort setting up all of them again. So as a buff to that one, I would probably, when you take that talent, it would make the activation a single target point, and it will detonate the closest trap to your cursor. So this allows you to detonate the traps individually.
Select a talent.
And we can also make the multiple charges. The trap quest. And place the one at the tier with something else. We have movement speed, armor, and maybe something that affects cooldown?
Encouragement activated. You will do better next next time.
And
I should try to be more careful. Or not.
so the quest progress would be freeze enemies with time trap. And yeah, just get an additional charge or like 10 enemies frozen. And the third one at 20 enemies frozen. It's enemies only, so you can't just start farming the stacks on yourself.
Why not?
Select a talent.
Healthy choice. All right then. This coming, did you?
Vital signs negative. Select a talent.
Sometimes I really miss Calvin.
Enemy hero terminated.
To the arcade.
Double kill. Triple kill.
I guess I wouldn't mind that, eh?
My spells are ready.
She also doesn't have that many talents for her Dragon's Breath. Only 2, one's a quest.
Healed.
So I would add some more to there.
Hero unresponsive. Initializing respawn.
Let's see. Freeze enemies with time trap. Get a second charge
Select a talent.
at 10. Third charge at 20. We have damage, more spam, and more damage. 30% there, 30% here.
If this were easy.
Is in peril.
Select a talent. Warning. Fall under attack.
So I would
Forces.
change that. Because I like the Sandblast quest, extra echo.
Be alert.
Dragon's Breath,
Ally is in peril.
maybe the way that it returns back, like Wodan's Echo of Corruption, would be fitting.
Alert. Your core is under attack.
So progress would be land all 3 strikes on a single hero, on hero.
Life signs.
So call it right now deep breathing. Let's say deep breathing. Quest, land all 3 strikes on a single hero. Increases damage by. Do this like 10 times. Increases damage by 5%. Increases damage by 5%. Increases damage by 5% up to 50%. Also, returns. Let me just see what cooldowns is awarded. Strikes 3 times in the opposite direction. Also returns. Also strikes. Also strikes back. Oh, this is more fitting with the quest structure. This one is good. Once again. The first time. Increases her damage with her Sandblast spam. Also, it helps with here and there. The time trap we want to. Let's check. Chronic. Let's just make the slow matching. I mean, same with all of them. Let's chrono conditions, adjust, change. Let's ally movement bonus to 30%. We have time troubles. Change enemy and ally armor to 20. Change enemy and ally armor back to 20. So this one helps with burst. Also, time trapping an ally makes them tankier. When they come out, that's fine. This one helps land your combo easier on slowed enemies. And I said I wanted cooldown. We would have like
I have been itching to get out there.
The battle begins in 10 seconds.
like
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We cannot tarry.
you say like something energy enemies and allies. Actually, there isn't cooldown cooldown recovery speed less than 100%, so slows enemies in HOTS, I think. So we would say 300% bonus for allies. Those cooldown 4 times as fast. And against enemies, they will cooldown at 25% of the speed. So they are 4 times as slow. Yeah, that should be fine. And then 7 is where we can start getting interesting upgrades for her nukes. Which we can see there is 1 for each and 1 generic one.
Choose a talent. You are wise to serve me.
Damage in the slow, increasing attack damage, which isn't really a thing. Attack damage, Chromie. And do I really want it to be a thing? Not really. She's already fine as a mage. Long range mage, it kind of makes no sense for her to be in attack range. So I have the traps can be individually detonated, or are individually detonated by the one closest to your cursor upon cast, or something.
I am restored. Your spirit is strong. Thank you, leader.
Individually detonated by a single target cast.
Choose a talent.
Traps can be individually detonated by a single target cast.
You are wise to serve.
Wait, this is not-
Not better. Love that healing mojo.
I would like her to be able to use time trap more easily in combat, so I would have a talent that helps with the arming speed and cast range. Cooldown's what, 18 right now? A bit long. To actually be spamming in a team fight. Arming time is about 2 seconds, I believe. And the old talent reduces the arming time by 0.75. Reduced arming time to like 1. And cast range by like 50%-ish. It's pretty short right now. Because you're not really meant to use it offensively.
Choose a talent.
against Deathwing? Interesting.
Thank you.
Not better. I will remember. Such daring.
I love exploring.
Double kill.
Let the dragon consume you. I am healed.
Killing spree. We better defend. Choose a talent.
I am healed.
You are wise to serve me. Such daring.
Ew. So weird.
This one. Morning energy. Either a morning person or you aren't. Allies have 300% increased. Cooldown recovery. Enemy abilities cooldown at 25%. At 25%. At 25% rate. Or 3 seconds.
Man, these guys don't play nice. Hey, a flower.
Resurgent.
For this one, still the bonus damage, I would change that to cooldown reduction per hit. Because I took that out of here, Deep Breathing's old cooldown reduction. And I wanted to have less damage talent. Damage changed to 1 cooldown. 1 second cooldown reduction for Dragon's Breath per center hit. Center hit. Damage changed to 1 second cooldown reduction for Dragon's Breath per center hit. That's changes half of the time. I will keep the slow. Let's just make this yeah, 30%. 3% per stack. And then this one's generic damage, probably an old talent. I was gonna have, this was replacing this one moved up. I wanted another time trap talent. Time walkers. Time trap. Arming time reduced by 1 second. Cast range increased by 50%. Oh, I might remove the ability recharging here. So right now you can, what, nuke, loop, and then prepare another nuke. You don't really use time trap for that. Sandblast is already up after 3 seconds, really. It's just Dragon's Breath, which is mainly affected. But yeah, I would... Sure, 10s, Stone Sand. It's fine. Temporal Loop. I would remove the cooldown effect. Yeah, we have like damage, and more spam for Sandblast. I could have 1 damage talent for Sandblast. And this more damage. And that damage talent would be... First enemy hits, increased damage. Controls at least 50% of its base distance to hero. Dragon's Breath, we could also have... where's Dragon's Breath? Then the Echo cast Dragon's Breath. That's kind of like Jaina's 20. Winter Mute. Call it something. Echoes will... Now, Echoes will mimic Dragon's Breath for 40% damage. And then you can take that with this if you wanted 3 Dragon's Breath, or you take the damage Dragon Breath with the Reflect Back. The more I stare at this icon, the more I'm perplexed on what it is. A dragon headbutting the ground? That's good. Copy. Dragon's Breath. Also, Echoes will mimic Dragon's Breath. Will mimic Dragon's Breath. Mimic Dragon's Breath at a nearby enemy. Doesn't really like super overlap with yours. Or it only casts it in a straight line. Because Dragon's Breath is a vector cast. Mimic Dragon's Breath. At a nearby enemy. in a straight line. Echoes will also mimic Dragon's Breath at a nearby enemy. So that's some more damage for Dragon's Breath. I said I want the damage for Sandblast. You'll see she's like, you take 5 Sandblast talents. Probably one of the most talents of a single ability you can take. I was going to have that. Echo has damage. 1 damage talent for Sandblast, which I would do. Increase damage after it travels halfway. So that would be like a sweet spot for Sandblast, which would be or range. Let's say 15 enemy shield Sandblast. So that's pretty. So let's say shifting sands will be changed to Sandblast deals 50% increased damage against enemies hit. Enemies hit by the second half of the ability. I word this. After it has traveled halfway. Deals plus 50% damage against enemies after traveling halfway. I like a sweet spot for this one.
Great, it's you. Exactly what I needed today.
Damage bonus is kind of high because the sweet spot also requires you to be a significant range away from the enemy, and since this is a medium speed skill shot, the farther away you are, the longer
Seconds.
the enemy has for a chance to dodge it.
5, 4, 3,
So it is hard to hit
1.
at the tip, let's call it.
Go.
And then we can also add something special for Sandblast. Good. Let's see. Dragon's Breath slows, Sandblast deals damage. But we can also make Sandblast increase the range. Would also push the sweet spot back more. Increase the AoE, easier to hit. Add a CC effect.
Excellent.
Yeah, let's say increased width.
Choose a talent.
They used to have increased spell power, but she only has 2 nukes. The spell power's not that good because her ultis don't deal damage. And I don't know what I like the 13 Mess and Region one. And 7 was the attack damage, which I also didn't really like.
You've been struck down.
So we could have... Oh, she kind of has mana issues early game. But it gets fine late game.
Do not let your death be for nothing.
We have increased width of Sandblast by 40%. This is width of Sandblast by 40%.
Less than right now. Triple kill.
And I was probably also slapping it. Increased damage thing there. So let's say out plus 20% width and damage. Bronze talons, and I would maybe just keep parts of it because her echoes can also basic attack. And I would just split it from being related to Sandblast.
You make for an admirable ally. My sacrifice will not be in vain.
Choose a talent.
This one can be called Shifting Sands instead. Shifting Sands increases damage and width of Sandblast by 20%.
Mega kill. Hero of the storm.
Well struck.
By 20%. Other one, yeah, I could use the name Fast Forward. Wait, the other one. No, the other one also has damage. Just width. It's like 40% width.
You make for an admirable
This one would be called fast forward. This one, I just said width back to 40. And then bronze talons, yes. Other, we have bronze talons. Attack damage increased by 25%. Echoes deal 80% of attack damage.
Keep lost. They're attacking the core. Our core is under attack. Learn from this and come back stronger. Yes, very good.
A fine kill.
Attack damage increased by 25%. Echoes deal 80% of attack damage. So they effectively deal 100% of what you use to hit for.
Defeat
Here and there is not Sandblast specific.
MVP.
Timeout's fine. And then piercings. What do I do about piercings? Alright, mimics. Echoes deal 60% damage. 60% of damage. So this is a buff to actually attack damage. Chromie and Echoes reduce armor. Reduce armor.
Initialization in progress. Prepare for
Reduce armor by 2.
Stinks.
So it'd be like Hanzo's. Let's see.
time remaining. 10,
It reduces armor by
5,
2
3, 2, 1.
for 4 seconds up to a maximum of 20.
Complete. Eliminate the enemy.
Physical armor only. Actually. Do I want any armor? Yeah, let's say any armor. Now I would remove the armor off time troubles then. So she doesn't have 2 armor effects because armor does not stack. So I would move time troubles to be spell power change of 20, that's fine.
You have my thanks for now.
Then I wanted a talent that just increases echo damage to, let's say, 75%. So from 40, that is a 35% buff, which is roughly 7/8. Wait, 30%. A 35 buff from 40. Or you just say they do 80% damage, they now deal double damage. Okay. Well, I mean, I did strip some of her damage. And it has now been moved to her echoes. So I think that's reasonable. You have no echoes. Deal attack damage increased by plus 25%. Chromie and echoes. And what? Chromie and echoes remove 2 armor. Attack. Attack. 4 seconds, capping at 20. attack for 4 seconds. Let's make it 3 just to match Sand Blast. Of course. Actually, no, 4 is fine. 4 seconds. Up to 20 armor. Time troubles. Change enemy and ally effect to 20 spell power. Change enemy and ally effect to 20 spell power. And then we have stronger echoes. But mirror reflection. Reflection of Chromie. Yeah, let's call it reflection of Chromie. Echoes now deal 80% damage instead.
Core under attack by hostile forces.
Where was this one?
Select a talent.
Will also mimic Dragon's Breath. An enemy at a nearby enemy at an enemy nearby Chromie at a nearby enemy within 10 range.
Defeat.
Will also mimic Dragon's Breath at an enemy within 10 range. 40% damage. Oh yeah, that's just a nearby enemy. Kind of ambiguous. Because the spell... Well, if you drop echoes near the enemy base and then start spamming Dragon's Breath, do they cast this at a super long range or something? I mean, what if we made this 100% damage as a 20? Maybe. So I would move this up because this, I usually have non-spell specific things at the 20. And so we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And I was going to keep Blessing of the Bronze. Let's check it out. Cooldown reduction. Let's remove that. I think it has like let's check the cooldown on this. 30 seconds. I believe it's global. Instead of MS, let's say 100% faster basic abilities. We can do all abilities, honestly. Because this one is meant to make the enemies not cast spells. What is Dragon's Wrath? Removed cooldown parts. And do I want the movement speed? Not really, because this is like global. Actually, global speed. Yeah, let's remove the move. Actually, removed cooldown parts and movement. Recharge speed to 100% for all abilities. Removed cooldown reduction and MS. Recharge speed to 100% for all abilities. For 8 seconds. So that would save you 8 seconds for your spells. Which you pop this during a team fight to get off more spells. This reduces cooldown by 8 to 30 seconds. I mean, the fact you can detonate them individually, it should be fine. So we have, once again, the first time here. Dragon's Breath. Increases the damage. And then it has the reflection. And then we have 3 charges, or 3 3 charges and maximum time traps. Freeze enemies with time trap, get a second charge at 10, third charge at 20. Traps can be individually detonated by a single target cast near the cursor. The 20s would have been this Blessing of the Bronze, remove cooldown part and MS, recharge speed to 100% for all abilities, removed CD part. Remove cooldown part and MS, recharge speed to 100% for all abilities. We have Reflection of Chromie. Echoes now do 80% damage instead. Because it was 40%. Stuck in a loop. Removed recharge rates and loop will trigger a third time also. Unraveling, I don't like spell reduction. I would actually have AoE increases by 10% per second up to 50%. Wait, it's actually up. The slow is based on how long when you're inside or how long it's been out. That's 30 range. So based on how long you're in. So last what? Takes 2 seconds to be fully slowed. Increases AoE by 10% per second up to 50. AoE increases by 10% per second up to 50%. I think it's, for how much it slows, I think it's good. %per second when deployed while active. So then piercing sands would be moved down a tier. 16, and for her it's actually 14. The damage one would be 13, also conditional damage. 7 just makes it easier to connect. Also helps with quest progress. 4 will be the 3 trap variants. We have movement speed, spell power, and cooldown. Plus 300% CD, recovery, and enemies. And enemies cooldown at 25% rate for enemies at 25% rate for 3 seconds. Time Walker's Pursuit should be at 7. It's definitely not super strong. we have. Where's it? This is piercing. We should definitely have this one at 16. So you can mix match this with the 2 echoes and then take this for the damage. And then we have Mobius Loop can stay at 7. Okay. Stays at 7. And at 13 we also have the 2 defensives. You can only pick one here and there, or timeout. Or if you wanted to go right click, you would take Bronze Talon. Since this is a 16 talent, let's say remove 3 armor per attack up to 30 armor. And this would be a 16 talent. Okay, so we have 3 quests. And all 3 dragons. Strikes on the scene hero increases damage by 3% up to 30%. Final reward is also strikes back in the opposite direction. These enemies with time trap. The time trap change enhancement to which ability you want. The ults, pick a defensive. I switched that one out because here's Sandblast doesn't have space. That will be the damage for Sandblast. We have the Pierce. Mimic for that, the attack damage build. I mean, it's a hybrid because it also reduces spell armor. Then we have the heroic upgrades. This one is new, reflection of Chromie. Echoes deal double damage, so it's 40 to 80. And the blessing has been buffed, so it only does one specific thing. That's good. Okay, that is Chromie. Next would be the 3rd dragon in this game, Deathwing. He is the black flight is Earth, I believe. Earth, yes. He has been corrupted. That's why he looks like this, and he also welded armor to his hide, which you can see by his traits. The armor. I believe all the other black dragons are dead. The last one. Anyways, there's pretty much 2 builds for him. One is the close range melee build, with Incinerate. The other is just a flamethrower build with Molten Flame. Here he is medium, I guess, because you can pick either of those two roles. But he has some really specific hard counters. Oh, he also gets his heroic at 1. Tracer also does. Cataclysm. I would move it back to a 10 just to be consistent, really. I don't see why he has a free heroic like this. Yeah, I would move Cataclysm moved to 10 talent. His trait makes him pretty special. He becomes permanently unstoppable, so he's immune to CC. The drawback is he cannot be affected by ally spells also.
Well, at least you've got a fighting spirit.
So the only way he can heal up from allies is region globes, specifically Extras. I can make a globe, which is some dragon synergy.
The battle begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let the battle begin.
So yeah, with Cataclysm moved to 10, I would need to update the heroic, the talents for that. The destruction of the heap to refresh the cooldown, I find it a bit odd. One, that part is limited in use, right? Because if you destroy all the enemy keeps, then that part just never triggers again. 2, when it kicks in, is also kind of awkward to use because the ability is a giant travel ability. So if you want to use it and then get the reset, I sometimes see Deathwing ulting over a low life keep just to trigger it.
Keep up that healing. I needed that, friend. Keep up that healing.
I believe the talent also increases the damage of the heroic, which I would probably just bake it into the spell
Well timed.
for free.
Well timed. I needed that, friend.
This other heroic is a 1-second Fear Roar. It has a pretty long cast time. The AoE is actually deceptively larger than it looks. So that one serves like a melee Deathwing build. No, actually they both kind of do. Because you used to be able to use both. You fly over the enemies and then fear them back. But it's very slow combo. And the enemy should I'll be hit by it, honestly. So I would be essentially removing this combo.
Understood.
So for his ranged form, that would be where you usually use for the flamethrower build, because you have the stun. You use Earth Shatter into Molten Flame. Guarantee a hit. Because of its delayed cast time and travel time. And the melee form, Destroyer, is for the melee build because you have a dash and an AoE nuke.
Expertly done, healer. I smell their fear. You favor me, friend. Expertly done, healer.
Shows a talent.
That should even the odds. Right away. Fight me.
Double kill.
Stay down. It's easier that way.
Killing spree.
Let's go.
Mayhem.
Expertly done, healer.
Then it's mine to bear. I'm going for it.
Ancestors, watch over you. Guide my path. Keep up that healer, friend.
I would also have given him a 20 representing his light, like the other dragons. Because he only has 3 20s, which is pretty rare.
Well this day, my warriors.
And I would give him a 20 that upgrades Bellowing Roar, the fear.
Soul of a warrior. My wounds are what you've got.
So, talent cataclysm
A successful battle.
has to be gotten. Has to be acquired at 10. Base periodic damage increased by 80%. The upgrade is, I think it lasts what, 6 seconds. So slow and increases duration. Which means stood in the fire. The way this one can be permanent, because you keep refreshing this for damage when you damage. I was thinking we can stood in the fire also like that, so moved duration bonus, but duration is paused when Deathwing is in the area. Which is in the area. Yeah. So that's a change to stood in the fire. Removed duration bonus, but duration is paused when Deathwing is in area. That's the Bellowing Roar. 1 second cast time, 2 second fear. I'll have probably the armor reduction part. Like Gul'dan. I would probably move Gul'dan's thing to something else. 20. Yeah, let's call this fear. Fear in the heart. Bellowing roar. Roar. Reduce. Bellowing roar. Let's just take another peek at cooldown. It says ulti 2 seconds plus 1 second minus 20 armor. I was actually going to do exactly that. Duration increased by 1 second. Enemies have 20 reduced armor. Destroyer's Rampage is good. It promotes rampaging. And this is good for his Destroyer form. Increased damage and faster cooldown. I'm fine with the cooldown thing being there. And then we could make... I think this one's trash. Arrival of a God. Because a lot of their 7s are... trash. Seriously. Storage Rampage is fine. I was going to make something for Worldbreaker form. And also something for his aspect. Let's call it, so we have what? Blessing of the Bronze. First is called Blessing of the Red. Just call it Blessing. Blessing of the Bronze. And let's say we have Blessing of the Black. This is damage and cooldown reduction. Something that benefits Worldbreaker. While in Worldbreaker, gain spell power? Gain Ori spell power. Gain spell power based on trait. Boy armor drops down to 10. Gain 10 spell power per armor plate. Sure. Gain 10 spell power per armor plates. Per armor. While in Worldbreaker form, gain 10 spell power per armor plates. This also helps with the flamethrower build. This is all his 20s. Yes, see, his blessing only benefits him. This also matches the theme. He's all about himself. We have Cataclysm, has to be acquired at 10, base periodic damage increased by 80%. Bellowing Roar is fine there. Bellowing Roar. See, he actually has so many abilities. So let's... he has... This one is shared between both forms. This one is pretty irrelevant, honestly. But he has like... Let's see, he has 6 abilities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Same way like Valera has 6 abilities, 2 sets of 3. So let's have rates for his abilities. Yeah, he actually has like a few land traits, which I would group under Skyfall. So we have space for like 21 total talents minus 6. 15 divided by like... Do I want 2 talents per spell? Because Incinerate... This one only has like 1 talent, this one has like 2-ish. A lot to Flamethrower. Or we... Oh wait, no, his talents affect both halves of the spell. Okay, no, let's just stay like that. So we have... 3 for QWE, 3 for traits, back to 3 for traits, and 3 for landing in general. Like this and this. We only have space for others. Alright, so let's talk about Molten Flame. This has one of the highest DPS spells in the game, I believe. And he can sustain it for a few seconds. Infernus is... You can see that 75% increased damage. I actually think Infernus should be on a higher tier, like 13 or 16. Because it's pretty insane at 4. Molten Flame also has reduced cost, so you can sustain a lot more. Wicked Inferno lets you easily do like a 2-second Molten Flame burst constantly. This fixes all your mana problems. And Conflagration, I don't find it that amazing, because yeah, they have to be within the fire for 4 seconds, which is already a very long time. But the damage explosion part is pretty minor, so I might change Conflagration a bit.
You talk too much.
So I would say Furnace, I would have pushed this back. Just remember to adjust tier. Wicked Inferno helps his mana problems. Maybe I could switch these 2 spots.
Acknowledged.
So his W in Destroyer form, it's the close range flap incinerate AoE. And in Worldbreaker it becomes a range cast pretty much and slows. While his E is lunge and destroyer, but it is a weird hitbox of a stun in Worldbreaker.
Your spirit is strong. Double kill. Triple kill. Choose a talent.
So I would also try to improve his attack talents in Destroyer. He has Fire and Fury, which is pretty good. And Worldbreaker would probably need an equivalent because it's more for the caster Deathwing. He has increased mana cost. Both forms can use it. What's something specific for Worldbreaker? I'll probably get back to that later. Let's talk about his W. We have Incinerate can get lifesteal from W. And I think Lava Burst also, but if you wanted to go ranged, you would take that one, Molten Blood. It actually heals a lot. And you could stay at 3 or 4 armor plates, which just passively reduces the damage you take. You don't have to go back more. We have these ones that affect W, the heal. Yeah, it adds heal. The base spell doesn't have heal. And we have this one. Oh, right, bonus damage. Damage is always good as a talent. And yeah, I mean, there's only 2 talents for W.
Ready for action.
Triple kill.
That's the way we do it.
What is this? Science fiction?
Choose a talent.
Ladies and gentlemen,
So I would add one more talent. Maybe some more utility to the spell?
Be careful.
Like increase the slow for lava burst.
Double kill. Triple kill. Quad kill. Killing spree.
And increased I guess like AoE for incinerate. It doesn't really have a effect other than damage. Unless I added something. Because his onslaught slows.
Why not?
ladies and gentlemen,
Also tried to homogenize his abilities so W always slows and E always stuns. Because he does not have an interrupt during destroyer form. So you can easily make incinerate slow. The effect would be slightly stronger than slightly stronger than lava burst because it's melee. Puts him in more danger. And onslaught could have stun attached to it. This also has a sweet spot, the end of the bite. It's where the slow is found.
Such daring. Double kill. Triple kill. Choose a talent.
What is this? Science fiction?
So yeah, that's also a viable method.
Alert enabled.
And if I do it like that, then making talents for like W and E would be easier. Since they both would now have like the same CC effects.
Triple kill. Quad kill.
So since he has lifesteal on his armor plates, I mean life regen, that's nice.
Alert enabled.
I feel like lifesteal would be a better trait for Deathwing. Sustains by attacking, more fitting than passively regening. This would be just more thematically. And I mean we could limit the life, not limit the life steal to W, just let any damage life steal. Or tie it to destroyer form. Destroyer form has, why is it deck damage? Destroyer form has life steal. Then World Breaker can have increased mana regeneration.
Epic.
So let's try incinerate. Now slows. See, lava burst is 35%. Wow, it's actually pretty strong. Let's say incinerate. Or a heavy slow. Look at onslaughts. 35% for 2 seconds. Yeah, let's try it. Now slows for 35% for 2 seconds. Onslaught would be changed to moved slow. Lunge bite also stuns. Yeah, we can use the same value. Also stuns for 0.5 seconds. 0.75 seconds. Remove slow. Lunge bite also stuns. So we can have incinerate slash lava burst. Increased. Actually, to increase damage. This one is healing dragon soul. So other stuff I would have changed out. Molten blood, I would just chuck that. I would make something like oh, I mean he does have life steal for basic attacks, but I was going to apply it to any damage. And he also has the health gate. We could make draconic might. Only heals against heroes. Any damage will heal. Value reduced to 10%. I've never seen one take this one. Benefits him when he is dying. Dragon's Ire. Wait, let me. Is that actually a thing? Okay. This one is all life steal. I wanted something for his forms. Fire and fury would be. Gains permanently. Wait, deals additional damage. No, that's just for right clicks, right? Yeah, gain 30% attack damage in Destroyer. Gain 5 energy regen per second in World Breaker. Because his cooldown reduction, he has it at Destroyer's Rampage, so that's kind of an overlap in effect. I'm just giving him permanent attack damage. Still being a conditional trigger. Oh, Inrates was going to have Heatwave was fine as damage. Just simplify this to increase damage of these two spells and specifically the explosion damage lava burst. Damage stacks 4 times. 48 out of 65 is about 2/3. We can just say increases incinerate and lava burst damage by 40%. This is kind of a simplification of his talent. We could also have removing the lifesteal to Draconic Might. We could have something that increases its effect. We say let's increase the slow and AoE instead of lifesteal. So I'll just take the name Dragon Soul. Because I'm lazy. Dragon Soul increases Incinerate and Lava Burst. AoE by like 20%. Slow increased to 50%. I think the slow on this is a bit too strong for how far you can cast this, but let's just leave it like that. Increases Incinerate and Lava Burst AoE by 20%. Slow is increased by about a third, from 35 to 50%. And then if I wanted one more, I would put do I want the lifesteal? Or just instant heal per enemy hero hit? Which is pretty much just lifesteal, but no, that's just like let's just look at his E, which is Onslaught or Earth Shatter. Increases the slow, the sweet spot tip, or more spam for Earth Shatter. We could again increase the stun for both spells and range. Range by 20%, stun to 1 second. And damage. So yeah, this is harder than Incinerate. This also hits pretty hard, 90 damage. Same total damage. Ruination. Let's make this one the increased effect for the 2 spells. So it'll be Onslaught and Earth Shatter. Onslaught and Earth Shatter. Increases Onslaught and Earth Shatter range by 20%. Stun increased to 1 second. And then we can have the also the damage talents. So like we group these together so you can specialize in one ability, right? Same with the damages. You can't pick like every damage tier and then have all your abilities hit super hard. The name, let's just call this, I don't know, Pulverize. Let's rename it later. Pulverize. Resist damage by 40. So this is kind of a simplification for his talents because his talent affects 2 spells. And then I go with something that increases his max energy. Shouldn't be based on a conditional because it's weird when it fluctuates back and forth. So let's just take Dragon's Ire. What's this multiple? Minus multiple. Dragon's Ire increases maximum energy by like 25. Oops, sorry. He only has 100 energy. The 25% bonus. His region stays the same, so he just has a bigger pool to cast stuff. Specifically Flamethrower, he can channel longer. The threshold for this 25% energy or higher. I mean, it's easy with 100 energy, but with 125 energy, it's a bit hard to think about the heat of the moment. So we could say threshold is 75 energy. It's not percentage based. Not percentage based. And then Wicked Inferno. We don't really need Energy talent, do we? I don't know if I like the burst use. I would probably buff the energy cost reduction to like 15 and remove the second half. So let's say energy cost increase, energy cost reduction increased to 15. Remove the aftercast effect. Energy cost reduction increased to 15. Remove the aftercast effect. Or 15. Normally you can use this for 3.3 seconds. Doubling. Because he regens. I think like 10 energy per second or something. Say 100. By that. If he regens 10 per second. And no, we reduce cost. We leave that at 10. With the aftercast effect. The cost 20. The regions have 5 plus 5 doubled with this thing. Attack damage. This is all damage. All damage. Good spells. That's good. So we can channel for 10 seconds. Right now you can channel for 6-ish. I can... My buffs will allow him to channel up to like 12. So you really need to get out. We could have something that reduces their armor. Yeah, when the enemy gets hit, they lose arm. Attacks reduce. Armor in destroyer form? Yeah, let's say we're switching these two effects. Breath costs less. That's a damage thing. We can put these in the same tiers. Or can be his Skyfall tier. Because it's pretty underwhelming. he has, let's see, single target meteor. You can poke out enemies challenging objectives just to stall. This one is usually for destroyer to drop on the top of the enemy. You can see it reduces their spell armor. And then this one, also for close range. So yeah, if I put the one talent as something, the drop down talents at 4, 7 would be the spell increase effect, 13 or 16 would be damage. And yeah, some specific trait things we have, like the life steal and the health gate. Uses maximum energy and the 2 forms. That would be the trait, other trait. That's 3 there, that's fine. This one, I guess I immediately chuck it. Or when he, you know what, give him the shields when he drops down. So I would give, wait, so we have 2 more spells. We have 3 more spell tap. So let's say the 3 spell taunts, it's 3 Dragonfly taunts would be Death Drop would be changed to have move spell armor reduction. Gain 25% shield for 6 seconds instead. Gain 25% HP as shield. Death drop. Remove spell armor reduction. Gain 25% HP as shield for 6 seconds instead. Skyfall is fine. And this reduces the enemy damage so they can't fight back, and it slows them. It's also good for Warrior's Rampage. But I would move into Firestorm. Or just shove the two effects to up 7 meteor. Oh, yeah, let's just say Firestorm. Impact also slows 4. We're stealing this part 40% for 5 seconds. So this one is more aggressive use, damage and slow. This one's more defensive, you get the shields. I don't like this part, which you cannot use abilities immediately after dropping. So, hitting an enemy hero with destroy or world breaker landing. Gain 25% HP as shield for 6 seconds when landing. And then Skyfall was the same. I would remove the 3-second penalty after landing. Can call this Destroyer, World Breaker. Can immediately use abilities after landing. Immediately use abilities after landing. Because I don't like that penalty. It feels weird standing still for a couple. Well, I mean, you can attack, but yeah, you can't do anything else. I wanted... So those 3 would be for his drop down. These 3 would be his traits. Uses energy, lifesteal, attack damage, or regen. Oh yeah, you can only pick one of his energy talents, pretty much. One more talent for his abilities. Now what? Who's together? We have something at 16, which is usually the special this here. Touch and this is mana cost, damage. We can have more damage. Conflagration reduces armor by is what 8 times a second. 8 per second up to 40? I mean, if you want to stand in it for 5 seconds. Oh, wait, no, that might be too strong. By 8%. By 4 per second. By 4 per second. Is it too strong? Molten Flame reduces armor of heroes by 8 per second to 14. I have a second charge for his E. Just call it. Armageddon adds a second charge to Onslaught and Earth Shatter. Cooldown can actually say this. This would be at what, 4? 13 and 16. And then these two can have life steal points. Or life steal. No, that's okay. Let's keep Dragon Soul as the life steal. Dragon Soul. And then this would be molten blood. It's called molten blood. Incinerate burst. Have 100% life steal against heroes. So then if you want the close range build, you would take Conic Might. I'm switching this back to specifically attack damage. At 4, you would take Firestorm slows. 7, you would take the ability you wanted, maybe Incinerate build. You get close with Cataclysm. 13, you take the damage. 16, you take the lifesteal. And 20, you would take Destroyer's Rampage. Yeah, that's good. We have Dragon's Ire. Increases maximum energy by 25. Dragon's Might. And the Fire and Fury. We could say this is 2.5. It's doubling it. It feels kind of strong. So you get 12.5 mana per second. You regen full in 8 seconds instead of 10. That's fine. These are the ones. Now for 4 we have or actually we could have the damage. Yeah, he seems to have all his damage talents at 4. So yeah, let's save. Okay, fine, yeah, let's leave his damage talents at 4. So we have Infernus. And then we have like the lava W damage. And then we have the E damage. 7, we have the 3 landings. And we have the 2 heroics. And then 13, we have the ability adjustments. The weaker one is the mana cost. Increased effect. Increased effect. Increased effect. One's at 13. And then 16 is the stronger increased effect. We have reduces armor, and also helps with right-clicking nature if you're quick enough. Life steal has actually been demoted all the way down there, because that's in preparation for 20. Destroys Rampage. And a second charge to your stun. So that should be good at 16. Okay. And then we have these things. The abilities are very... his talents are very structured in categories. We can only pick one specific ability to max out. Or you could mix match if you wanted to. Here's what this reduces armor. Flamethrower also reduces armor. Slows a heavy amount. That's good. Lastly, we have Deckard Cain. He's a popular NPC from Diablo 2. He's also in 3. He's just this old man. And the identity they gave him, they gave him a lot of gems because they would never make the jeweler into HOTS. So he doesn't really have affinity for gems in Diablo. But they just slapped that into him in HOTS. Tier, I think he's actually high. One of the few healers that would be high, even though he's not an AoE healer. This is medium. Because 13 actually boosts his heal a lot. Also at 4, Ruby. Because the lesser healing potions are almost the same effect as his base healing potion. And the fact you drop 3 per target hit, you're an ARAM, you can easily heal to full for 1 or 2 heroes.
Time remaining.
So he's a spike there, a spike there. And 20 is pretty good for an attrition battle.
2, 1.
Let's crack some skulls.
And he also can land his root ability, Scroll of Sealing. Pretty easily with an ally helping to initiate first with his CC. For the heroics, you have 2 made up ones. Well, his entire skill set's made up, really. Because he's never a playable character. Those heroics are Stay a While and Listen, a channel which sleeps the enemies. But if you don't wake them, you can actually sleep them for, I think, 5 seconds. 3-second channeling plus 2-second follow-up. And you can catch an entire team. The AoE is very generously shaped. It's Oh, a hemisphere with like 6 range. No, it's a lot bigger than that, but okay. And the other heroic doesn't do damage, and it or does very minor damage, and is used as a long range constant knockback. So his heroic upgrades still out, and listen gets silence after it ends. And it might also get a blind, let me check. Get blinds also.
My health is renewed. My thanks to you. Found an ally.
And for Lornado, it gets an additional charge and reduces cooldown by 10 per hit. So with 3 hits over 3 seconds, it can refresh on. You can cast another Lornado.
Select a turret.
Or very chaotic area denial or area disruption.
Enemy hero terminated.
Defend our fort.
Caution, the player has left the game.
My thanks to you, healer.
His heroics are in an okay spot.
Update. You are now dead.
I have reformed.
So we have a gem specialty. You can take a gem upgrade at 147, which enhances his Hordrea cube. And a mastery at 20, reducing the cooldown of the gems and cube. So you can spam its effects. Yeah, they are spread out. You can take all 3 of them with the 20. So you can pick what effect you want to use at the moment. His cube upgrades, I would try to move them to his 13 or 16. So you can take the gem upgrades and the cube upgrades at the same time. The cube also helps land his scroll. And one of the synergy there is reduced cooldown. When you hit with the cube, reduces scroll cooldown. That one, it makes sense.
Nice try.
But I might remove it.
I must act. Justice be done.
Negative.
Challenge.
Select a talent.
I am on my way.
We can see healing potion.
Alert. Your core is under attack.
Cube or Horadric. Or Roderick. Scroll up ceiling.
Warning. Core under attack by hostile forces. Defeat. MVP.
We have. Let's put. Oh. Oh, this is the bonus healing tier. This is a super niche counter pick. Yeah, the 3 effects are slow, extra healing, and counter healing. That's fine. We have the damage scroll ceiling. With the armor reduction and increasing the damage, which can also take the damage here. Scroll of Stone Curse. Field Study is more of a support because with increased spell power, you also heal more. And you won't really do damage. So the gems are fine. Sapphire.
Prepare yourselves for battle.
Ruby Emerald.
Are you ready to face our enemies?
And then I would have...
Steadfast in the face of peril.
I would... Scroll identifies. Could... Stone Curse actually hits really hard.
Begins in 10 seconds.
Field Study, I would move.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Other than that,
Will begin.
its effects are fine. Especially since if I move it, then you can take that along with other scroll talents.
Rise stronger than before, hero.
Cube talents, cube mastery. I mean, that with perfect gems allows you to spam the scroll also. I might leave that. So you need to hit 4 targets to instantly get a scroll back, which is hard but possible. We have what? The reduced damage. Is decent, but it's in a weird contesting spot. So might have moved that one around. It would also get better because of that reason. So I would maybe add a 3rd cube talent, such as... We have reduced enemy damage. Something with your kit so you can spam more. And... I mean, increased AoE is the no-brainer one. Increased AoE and the damage? Yeah, and the damage. Because I would move the damage away from activating the gems, because all 3 of them have it. So we have cube mace. Or maybe move these 2 to 13 and 16. only 2, so you can, yeah, take every cube talent. Just what I'm tempted for. Because we can call perfect gems as the 3rd cube talent. So then we can move on to healing potion. We have shields. AoE one. Yeah, the AoE one, it's... That one's probably better than the shield. He lacks AoE healing. But no, it's also really awkward to use because you guys need to group up and then touch the potion. I would move Potion Revival. It's really awkward to use. We could actually make Ruby make a healing potion that heals for half the effect. Alright. Just make one real healing potion. Because then the shield thing would make sense. If you make the shield based on how much they healed, that would also make sense. So then we would adjust potion of shielding. Shield is based on 50% of healed amount. Shield is based on 50% healed amount. The ruby only drops 1 healing potion, but it's real healing potion. It's also slight nerf to ruby because I think it's way too strong. We have synergy between cube and healing potion. Well, so healing is only makes one healing potion. But is affected by talents. Yeah, rejuvenation potion heals mana. That one makes sense with bottomless flasks for infinite mana. It being like restores 5% of
Mortal, hope remains.
maximum mana? Because that 15 doesn't scale. Sounds bad late game.
Our core is under attack.
Does it scale? No, yeah, it doesn't scale. If we remove the healing over time, because rejuvenation potion also heals your mana, so let's make this more of a mana effect.
Resilience cannot be shaken.
So yeah, let's say rejuvenation potion restores 5% of max mana. That now scales level 1. I don't know how much mana you actually have. 500 mana? 25.
MVP.
Wait, this 5%. Or we could just leave it at the flat 15 restores. Remove the healing over time. Remove the healing over time effect. And then other potion effects. Super healing potion is insane. I would remove the passive part. And then bottomless flask as the 20. I think it's fine. 1, 2, 3. Bottomless super healing potion is good. Or it's strong. Remove passive components. Bottomless flask is fine. We could have something that this adds mana, that's more healing. This provides shields. So this is more active, this is more passive. This is give me a moment. I put these three into one tier. You pick your potion. Let's say at like third. And then we have, let's call this like traveler's bag. Increases healing potion. Increases healing potion max cap to 7. This I would move this earlier. Let's make where's two. The other stuff we have the really weird counter pick or Drake staff. 15 numbers, pretty much just double the effect of his trait. And that's mana. So we put these three like that. We have like a healing tier and some cube upgrades at 16. And then we have what? The one of these things. Move that down here. We move these two like up here. Probably throwing away Ancient Blessing. So in total we have these two upgrades are okay. I'll just leave them. Listen, Lornado. Stay a while and listen. Lornado. Yeah, these two are fine. I would reduce. No. Yeah, these 20s are also fine. Respect the elderly. More NATOs. Bottomless flask. Perfect gems. We don't need this one is used. Optimus Flask. Is used. So we have one. Two. So we were leaving Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. The positions are fine. It's stronger over time. This is Sapphire. This is Emerald.
So be it.
The potion tier should be together. We have super healing potion, and then shielding, and then rejuvenation. The shield is based on the heal amount, so you can't grab that super big heal. One gives mana. That's fine. So that goes into 13 was my plan.
Our ally is in peril. Healing magic. Quaint, but useful. Exquisitely done. Exquisitely done.
For the scroll ceiling, the quest stays at 1. Damage stays at 16. So then I would move Field Study to... This is spell.
Thank you, healer.
Probably 7. But you can actually take that with Ruby.
You're a level.
Hear the banshee.
Familiar scent of death.
And then Traveler's Pack would probably be a 7. Or no, it could be a 4. And then you have Drake Staff as 7. And Drake Staff as 7.
Exquisitely done.
So you would take Cube Mastery at 16.
Exquisitely done. Familiar scent of death.
And then we would have one more slot at 16. And then this is the increase to his trait. We have that at
There is more to do, it seems. I sense death
either
within
4 or
this
16.
Hear the banshee.
I sense death within this place.
And then we have space for one more, I believe.
Hear the banshee. Serve the dark.
Killing spree concluded.
So yeah, let's start. Cube Mastery is 16. Scroll. Stone Curse, also 16. The 3 potions all had slight tweaks.
Hear the banshee.
Thank you, healer.
Traveler's Bag was Scroll of Identity was 1. Traveler's Bag was 7, along with Field Study.
There is more to do, it seems. Go into the blackened night. Exquisitely done.
Killing spree
The journey begins.
Or if we made Traveler's Pack earlier. Traveler's Pack.
Exquisitely done.
Yeah, let's make that like 4. Because Hordrick's staff can now be at 7 as a counter pick.
Do not lose heart.
This is 4.
The great cycle of being. Thank you, healer.
We have 15 numbers can also be a 4. Maybe a weaker version of it.
Thank you, healer.
So being like a double strength trait, make like a 50% increase in strength. This is also moved so early.
So be it.
And then we could also have
Do not fear death.
more increased cubes.
Was on a killing
Something like Scroll of Town Portal. You reduce Hearthstone cast time. To a few seconds and is uninterrupted by damage. Yeah, let's scroll.
Killing spree
Scroll
concluded.
of town portal reduces cast time of Hearthstone by Hearthstone's what? 7 seconds? 6 seconds? Let's say reduces the cast time by 3.
There is
Channel
more
time.
to, it seems.
Reduces channel time of Hearthstone by 3 seconds. Okay, that's new. Scroll of Town Portal. Safety numbers will be at 4, but slightly nerfed.
Journey begins. Now, you die.
The staff is at 7. One makes one healing potion plus by talents. So that's fine. You have to heal. Oh, this was a one more here. I took out this one. I took out 2. I added 1. I added 2. And I took out that one. You have 1 for cube and ceiling, 1 for ceiling, maybe 1 for healing potion. First, safety numbers, we're reducing all the effects. Armor reduced to 5. Recharge rate reduced to 25. Mana regen's fine. 50% is half of your base, which is 100% mana, right? And then we could have that deals damage. That's for Actually add something called transmutation or Roderick cube instantly kills minions like Medivh's. I don't think I should be at 20. Try Horadric cube instantly kills minions. So then that's fine. I mean, potion of shield. This doesn't matter anymore because they're on the same tier. It's not like you can take them at the same time. This is a cube talent. This one affects both. This one is a scroll talent. You have the personal talents. This one, this one, this one. Reduces channel time of Hearthstone to 3 seconds. The quest, more healing potions.
Prepare yourselves for battle, heroes.
Field of study. Field study. And then we don't need kindness cube. So I think that's complete.
The battle begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. To arms!
Maybe I will leave the healing over time for rejuvenation potion. Because the mana feels kind of lackluster.
Such daring.
So yeah, it's just the super healing potion I had a slight nerf to.
Triple kill. Choose a talent.
And then everything else there should be good.
You look like you need a visit to the healer, Doctor.
Okay, that's all for day 6. See you next time.